Testing, testing. Test 1, 2. All right. Okay, so today my idea was to take one of the encounter features that I have concepted and make them appear in the game. And what's missing for that is first of all some kind of catalog, most likely just an array that catalogs all these encounters. And what I want the game to do is to place these. So I have these markers here, these yellow ones, which are currently named a wildcard. That means any feature can be placed here randomly. And at the moment there are 2 of them. As you can see, these markers disappeared and now there are these grasses which can poison you, and also, if I can't find one, of course not, here, zombies. In the same vein, I want encounters to be placed, but they will need predefined objects. So think of an NPC and they are resting at a small camp, so there would be a fireplace, maybe some crates, a horse, and instead of writing an algorithm for each of these encounters that places the objects around this marker, I'd rather have them prepared off the world map. So in a space like this, I have this testing space, and similarly I would have then a small patch of grass, and there would be an NPC, and well, you get the idea. A grass, and what's this, a wagon, and stuff like that. And I want this to be these little patches to be cataloged and linked to the encounter, and then copy and paste it into the world. So they should should actually be an odd number of tiles wide and high, because I can then center them on the marker that's in the world, like this. So there are of course a number of problems with this approach. The first one, maybe the most obvious, is that what if I want elevation here, and I don't know where in the world they will be placed, so I need to have some kind of orientation so that I can rotate this whole thing to where the opening is. Or maybe walls is a bad example, but where are the crates? Let's say there are crates here, so like this. Then this would need to be not towards another wall. So there should be, these should be rotatable. I have, let me just go back real quick. I do have in the object placement this table at the bottom left where I can set bits. I'm not sure what the combination was. Oh, this one. Okay. So I can set north and east. So the rotation data is already there. It's kind of bad because I can't see from the marker which rotation it has. So that I could add that. The other problem is the ground. So if I recreate this here real quick. Is this... Okay, like this. So let's say I implement this encounter with a grassy ground. Then when I place it on this, these are needles. There are no trees because I haven't placed the trees. This is basically a forest. Then I would need to replace it. What I can do instead is create another ground texture, something neutral that then gets replaced, which is actually, I think, a better approach. And I don't think I want elevation here because I have no idea where this will be placed and what the environment around it is. So it could be here, could be here, could be here, or anywhere a yellow marker is. Let me just write that down. Make the floor of the, I'll name them prefabs, just for lack of a better name. Make the floor of the prefabs neutral. Neutral texture. that will be replaced with what exists at target location. And I've already forgotten the other thing. Oh yes, that's size. So if you look at this marker, the most I can place here is 3 by 3, which is fine, but this one is one larger. It's 5 by 5. So I have 3 by 3, 5 by 5, and I think, well, much larger than that will probably be a problem. So 5 by 5 fits here, it fits here. Yeah. That might actually be, so 7 by 7 may be something more important. That gets placed not that often. Here is, for example, where 7 by 7 could be placed. So naturally there would be a lot more 3 by 3s than 5 by 5s, and a lot more 5 by 5s than 7 by 7s. And well, what you may be asking, why do I not just place them in the world? Why do I need this random placement? And the reason is that the path the player walks through the game is most likely linear or pretty linear. So I need to have control over what the player encounters and in what order. So they make sense together, these encounters. Because they might require an item, they might give the player an item, and they may have to do with the faction. And if the player never meets someone of the faction, then that's, well, lost content. So yeah. So what is fixed in the game is actually just the map, and I'm not quite sure about the buildings and cities, but most likely they will be fixed. And I can, of course, place markers on the map that will limit what the game what the game can pick in from the encounter list. So each encounter will have, and that's these things right here, will have constraints on where it can get placed and what can have happened before it on the path, after it on the path, and also the regions where it can spawn. So I can, for example, limit a encounter to interiors, so it can only happen here or in any other house. Or it can, of course, I can say it can only happen underground. Yeah, so that's the encounters in a nutshell. My plan today is to find one of them that is easy enough to be the first to be placed by this system, and to create the system that places it. And I'm not sure if this can all be done today. But if not, then I'll finish it off stream or in the next stream. Okay, so that's the plan. Let's check out the path file. And here somewhere I put down the features. That's here. The zombies that you saw, they get placed here. Okay. This is randomized. So yeah, I would want a binder. So for each feature on each patch, this is not feature but feature marker. Yeah, so it right now there are only the wildcard markers on the map, and those get collapsed in into one of the 4 options. Right now it is just perils, which are monsters and stuff. But I want this. Why is there no... Oh yeah, amplifier. Not sure if there will be placeable amplifier features, because they are actually just background mechanics. But I'm sure they could. Actually, I can just check. Source features. A magic bottle that could be placed, of course. Fake walls. Okay, yeah, sure. So there, they can be placed. So this is correct. So if it's a wild card, then choose one of the others and then place it on the marker. This so function just places some of these around the marker, as you've seen. But for the binder I want a different approach. I want maybe paste. Well, I'm looking at the implementation right now. Well, at the use of the system to find out what I actually need before I even write the system. So this would, I have this feature position, and that's all I need, together with the layer, of course. There would be a switch case here. For different encounters. And then I would say paste encounter, maybe. Is it an encounter? Oh, well, actually, some encounters may not. Checking these may actually not have this. Abandoned fort in Malz. Yeah, maybe I should look at these first before I start with the code. Let's just leave that here. So I have a warrior son's burial in a mud hole, which can be easily covered by this system. Skeletons in shallow waters in bog. That would need at least a 7x7. Well, this is actually something I can place in the overworld, so that's not relevant. Templar with advisor and fort, discussing witches and settlers. I mean, this in fort is, I mean, it's not important, it's just an example. So they can, this Templar and his advisor can be put on a prefab and placed anywhere, so this is relevant. A witch lying dead after researching the curse, that can also be on a prefab. Gold boxes buried in chopped down forest, that's in the world. So this would actually be an a encounter fixed in the world. Or maybe it's just gold boxes in any forest. I mean, if I take away the chopped down property, if I make them normal forests, then it can be placed anywhere in the world. So that would be gold boxes buried, maybe a 7x7 again. Because, I mean, you could have them buried relatively closely together. What comes to mind, of course, is what if when this encounter is chosen, why can't I just hijack the markers around it and place 3 of them in the vicinity? But that is, well, that's too complicated. It's that simple. It's not something that is really wise to do right now. Complicating the system before I even wrote it. I mean, the system could handle this, so that's enough to know. Next I have a thief camp deep in dry sewers. I mean, I can... There is no... There are no regions in the world right now other than the type of ground. So I could limit this one to just well, some form of sewers underground, and then spawn a thief camp on a prefab, so that's also settled with this. An old settler tells a story in the good old days. That's easy. Just a prefab. Might put him in a building. Oh, that's actually... I could put the settler in a building on a prefab. Oh, that's... I think I would want that. But that's more complicated because now I have to worry about 2 layers. Let's just keep that in mind. Let's call that prefabs spanning multiple layers. I mean, that's actually just 1 and 2, because yeah, there's no interiors in the underground. But I had this thought, I think yesterday, with falling off bridges or collapsing bridges in the dungeons, which would require a 4th layer. And I mean, there's nothing preventing me from adding a 4th layer. And it might actually not be not that hard. And also space, memory and space wise, disk space, that's negligible. So I think the whole map is 60 megabytes right now, so that's nothing. So maybe I'll add a 4th layer, but only if I absolutely have to. So by prefabs spanning multiple layers to have buildings. Let me just take a look at the map. So I could then create these houses. So this house is a 5x5. Let's take this one, yes. 5x5 houses. Actually, it would actually be no problem. Let's look how it looks on the inside. I mean, this is plenty of space with how I set it up, with what the rules are for interiors and exteriors. So that's actually fine. I could also have, I mean, anything that fits in this 5x5 or even 7x7 is fine. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, this is definitely too large. I mean, I could of course make the prefab footprint be custom for every single one. But that is just a giant amount of record keeping. Because I have right, let's just remember this. I have 52 right now, which may not seem much. This will grow to, I think at most, let me just guess. Yeah, 5 times that size, so that's 250. Let's just continue here. Maybe turns out that I actually need these variable footprints. So we have the buildings that may be required. Then we have an ancient memorial on a field. That's easy. With prefabs, huts around lava with renowned blacksmith. That's a world feature. That's not random. Man at edge of snowfield with frozen undead. That's also, I mean, I can't place a snowfield anywhere. Unless, oh, I think that's too much. I want these random placements to be small or relatively small, but fields of snow, there are too much variables to make this work reliably with simple tools. So let's maybe either scrap this, rewrite it, or put it into the world at a fixed location, which I'm not sure about. So remains of assassinated founder of ancient kingdom. that's easily placed in a prefab. Magical fountain that flows in reverse. That's that will have to be in an ancient temple, and this could work with a 7x7. Killing woman's hut and a pregnant visitor. That could work. If I limit it to maybe deep forest or something. Harbor ruins with ship of traders. So what I just found out is that I need the limiting to regions, and that was forest, ancient temple, and a bog. So that needs to be there. Which near... Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped this. Harbor ruins with ship of traders. I mean, the harbor ruins will be fixed, but this ship could definitely be moved around. But then a ship, how would that fit? Maybe it's just a small sail ship that fits in 7x7. Or even more easy, okay. I spawn in the traders or not, or somewhere else. It's a bit tricky. I mean, what I could do is make the harbor and a ship, then cut this out or copy a section 5x5 or 7x7 from the world in a prefab, and then place the people on there. So when I spawn it in, you can meet the traders, but if I don't, it's just an empty ship. But of course, if I change the layout of the harbor, then that prefab is broken. Tricky. Which near camp with undead soldiers? That's just a prefab with the near something limitation, limiting to regions, limiting to vicinity of landmark or something, fort, cave, remains of doomed ancients in deep palace. That's just a prefab. That's just a couple of corpses. Magical well keeping injured warrior alive. Also a prefab limited to a temple. Fisher near home at pond between ruins. That is just the fisher being there or not. That's easy. Desperate, which, well, let's stop here for a moment. What if I have these prefabs? Oh, still on. What if I have these prefabs? And let's say let's say my marker is here, but I have all this stuff around it. Let's give it a color. Now I could spawn almost anything here. If I what am I thinking of? I was thinking of placing a person here with a prefab that is completely flat and that just places the objects defined in it without altering the terrain as it exists right here. But I mean, for any other encounter, if I try to place a house here, I need to overwrite what is here. So that poses the question, which I think I should answer right now, which is, what takes precedence? The prefab or the location? And I think it should absolutely be the prefab. And that even makes sense, because I don't have to keep all the areas around these markers empty. If I just plop on the encounter here, the prefab, it clears all the space anyway. So that's actually really good to know, really important to know for when I work on the overworld. So let's make a note. Prefabs take, well, is that what you call it, precedence? Over local tiles, objects, etc. They will be overwritten. Okay, another thing learned. So the fisher near his home I just place the fisher and his fisher hut near a pond and let him do what he wants. Desperate witch in forest labyrinth. That's a prefab. Unknown game of giant stone statues and mountains. That's a prefab. Cellar leading into temple with manuscripts. I mean, the manuscripts are prefabs, or the tables. Let's say it's a room of tables. Murder at the hand. Dug gold mine. Okay, the hand dug gold mine. Let's see. That's a prefab. Flooded mine with startled workers. That's a prefab. That's just a couple of workers in a mine that have dialogue tests near crumbling cliff with location of stashes. That's actually just a random. Well, it's a chest, so yeah, that's a prefab. Young lovers conspire in fog. That's a prefab. Depending on weather. Okay. That's good to know. Ancient prison with workers' parchment watermarks. That's a prefab. Reanimated vocal undead in back rooms of crypt. That is a prefab. Abandoned fort in muds with signs of desertion. That is, I mean, the fort should be fixed, but the signs of desertion are a prefab. Stranded crate with personal effects. That's a prefab. Old man reading all of ancient temple. That's a prefab. Dungeon with skeleton of man and dog. Yes. Blacksmith hut. Steamy rocks. Tidy abandoned. Blacksmith hut and steaming rocks with lost arms. That's a prefab, but not the steaming rocks. Tidy abandoned cellar. That's a prefab. Earthen hall with man and domesticated spiders. Oh, that's actually involved. But also a prefab. Ooh. I mean, if I don't spawn the man in, What are the spiders doing? Are they hostile then? I mean, I could just make spiders that are hostile when this guy is not around. So that's solved. Rich seed vendor in the forest. That's a prefab. Remains of hunters killed by a bear. Yes. Crazy hermit. Planting strange things in garden. So that would be the hut and the garden and the crazy hermit. I mean, it should fit into 7x7. I could go 9x9, but that's... I think there would be so few of them and so few places to fit them that it's better to rewrite this, I guess. Just because it's that 80-90%. What do you call it? The 90-80 principle. Traveling warrior holding women for ransom. That's also a prefab. Plinth telling story of famous traveler. Yeah, got that. Have that. Workers complaining about lack of metal tools. That's... I mean, the woodworkers would have to be somewhere, so I guess I can spawn them in. Remains of ancient disciples. Yeah, that's easy. Old man fishing on a bridge. That's easy. I mean, this two would... I mean, if the prefab takes precedence and then the prefab would have to contain some of the bridge at least for this old man, or I add 1x1 prefabs. That's actually... yeah, I should actually do that. Old man fishing on bridge. Okay, so the old man is just a 1x1. I mean, he needs a bucket, actually. So maybe no 1x1. Okay, let's leave it at 3x3. 1x1 might actually be too little. Are there reasons for having a 1x1 prefab other than constraints in the terrain? Not sure. Not sure. I mean, if I have 3x3 and 5x5, then should be easy to add a 1x1. Which village with horrible ritual preparations? that's actually bad for me, because this does not fit on even a 7x7. This would be, I mean, I could place this village in the world with all the horrible preparations, but then put in the witches only by chance, which is kind of lame, but a good first iteration on this. So let's note that a large scenery that cannot fit a prefab, fit in a prefab, must be put into the world directly. So that means it's, well, actually I don't know what it means, because do you encounter this much more rarely then, because it's limited to one spot in the world, and the pathing might always miss it. But then again, what is the chance of any given encounter in a run, which is also randomly placed? So let's just keep it at that. I mean, worst case, this horrible village is just a cool backdrop for whatever is happening, so it's not wasted. Woman searching lost pendant in snowstorm. That's easy. Let's add that to the weather. Ghost in ancient temple with magical upgrade fountain. Yeah, I think that's easy. Young survivors regrouping amongst burnt down houses. That yes, is a encounter. I mean, the burnt down houses are again, well, this should actually be placeable on the path, these burnt down houses. I actually would expect this for the algorithm to place a couple of burnt down houses in a row on the path. This should actually be possible. This should actually be possible. And if it were possible, then it could also place a witch village. Or is that too far? I mean, the algorithm has all these yellow markers to play with, so it can take 5 consecutive ones and spawn some burnt down houses. But this goes into procgen, that is. I mean, this is actually the goal, but it's also reaching a depth already. That is, it's too much right now. But that would be amazing. And actually that would be what I want. So I said it can't place a field of snow. That would be no different than these burnt houses. Would just be 5 markers worth of snowfields. So then the relationship between encounter and prefabs is not one-to-one anymore. Because one encounter can have multiple prefabs. Or do I want to keep the houses in the world? Okay, there are no markers here because I haven't placed any. So let's say the path runs along here and up here. Then I can place a house here, a house here, a house here. And the houses would of course have a little bit of surrounding stuff like barrels. But yes, I mean, immediately I am in procgen territory, because pretty sure plotting down 3 houses here will not make for a village. I mean, it's actually not that bad. But it's also not that cool. So let's actually, what I should be doing is, I should be placing burnt down houses in the world, in multiple places, in patches like these that are self-contained. Because the level of detail that I can place by hand is well, it's not really even comparable with what I can do algorithmically. So this is actually the large scenery that cannot fit in a prefab must be put into the world directly. That is actually the correct answer. And then there just has to be so much stuff in the world that the encounter algorithm really is just telling the stories to the environmental storytelling. So it should be equally weighted when it comes to setting and story. Okay, this is just note that down. The world should be filled to the brim with environmental storytelling and the encounters what do you call that? It's not, the encounters aren't just for what I was just thinking, emotional impact, but that's environmental storytelling can do that just fine, but it's making it more personal, maybe. The encounters make it more personal and more maybe easier to understand also. And more impactful, maybe. By bringing well, it's not directly clarity, but by bringing background, that's what's the knowledge called? Background knowledge. Or, I mean, I could just name it exposition, but that is not exactly that. Okay, so that's good to discover. And saves me about a week in programming and gains me about a month in working on the world. So yeah, so let's just go through the last couple. This was where I had my crisis at the burnt down houses, then settlement with dam aside long river cave. Sure. Slaves overpowering witch of the hard labor and field. It's a bit on the nose, but I'll rewrite that. I mean, the idea is clear. And that's also a prefab. Insane man hidden, locked behind door and shallow cellar. Okay, that's just plagiarism of Skyrim, I guess. But well, that's actually, I would have to prefab in the wall and the door. But yeah, that's doable. Okay. I mean, this was really fruitful in staking out the constraints of this system, the content system. So let's, I mean, it may be really boring to watch, but I think I want to go through the amplifiers to look at this system, see if it explodes. So I have a pathfinding magical bottle that's just loot placed somewhere. Fake walls, hiding hideout rooms. That's just a feature. Unimprovable tools and weapons, no. Randomized recipe ingredients, no. Path blocking kobolds. That's an encounter. Spawning spider cocoons. Traps are not visible. Okay, that's just a mechanic. Enemies suddenly appearing. Okay. Reading damaged spells. Okay. Teleporter rooms connecting the world. That might actually be a prefab problem. Worms dragging hero underground. That's just a world thing. Large monsters breaking bones. Okay, settlers that are actually undead. That's a prefab, limited randomized vendor stocks. Good deeds bring gifts from NPCs, hidden traps. Okay, that's a prefab. Undead dropping bottles. Okay, lesser quality. Bleeding debuff. Okay, lamps. Unenchantable weapons. Okay, I mean, what this is, the prefabs is just a method of placement. So I have the sewing placement, which is like you can imagine just throwing a couple of seeds on the terrain, and then the features come out, like the groups of zombies. They get just sprinkled around the marker. That's one method of placement. The other is the encounters. And then the third one could be just the 1x1 encounter, which was the wrong way to think about it, because a 1-to-1 prefab makes no sense, but more akin to the sewing, it's just dropping one single seed. So that means just placing the entity on the position, which I can just call it place. encounter, call it paste, and the other one is so paste place. Or maybe I call it, no, don't, I'm not calling it drop. That's just a future heart attack in waiting. Okay, place, paste, drop. No, so paste, place. Okay. So the thing that the system's name is paste, and what is pasted are prefabs. Now let me just go over my initial to-do list, which could be in for a change after this. Take one feature that requires placement of an NPC. Create an algorithm that places a prefab in the path. Okay, and that's markers that designate space for different size prefabs. This is, I don't think I will do that. Let's just write it down, write it out. That was here, and it is called here. So let's write it down. Take one feature that requires a prefab to be placed, and then create an algorithm. Let's call it system. Create a system that places a prefab in the path, and that entails I need to find out what size of prefab fits the marker. So should I just return yes or no if it fits? Yes. So test if prefab of given size fits the location. Then I need store the, okay, that's actually before store the feature prefabs. Location in a list. Store all feature. Store all prefabs locations. A list and make features reference it. That looks much better. Test if it fits. And then algorithm that makes the decision whether to place it. Oh, so this is not random. Well, it is right now. Let's just keep it random. Let's just keep that random. Copy the prefab on into the world position. Over location. Oh, actually, this might be pretty bad, but I need this. Well, wait, do I? Oh God. I just stumbled across another huge decision that I have to make. Actually, the sooner the better. That is, let me just write it down before I forget it. The problem is, actually, I don't think it's a problem. When you start the game, the path is generated along with all of this, which in turn delivers your run a unique world. And that's fine, but what if you save the game, you exit, you open the game again, you load the save game? What happens? What is in the save game? And the easiest answer is, of course, the save game saves the whole world with everything that was generated. And that works when the whole game is generated up front. the generator runs once when you say start new game, and it never runs again until you finish the game and you start a new one. So that works. But what if, let's not even talk about storing only non-generated content in the game, because I think let's think about that later. But what happens when you hit a point in the world where new content needs to be generated? Do you just write that into the world data and save that to disk? That could work. Wow. Oh, and I did want, I mean, that's also covered by this. I did think about having daily seeds online for people to play. But that would be covered by this. So how did I get here? I got here because of the destructive changes the prefabs cause in the world. So I think it has to be, I wonder how Minecraft does it. Because in Minecraft, the generator runs continuously with a specific seed. But how does it remember your changes to the world? Because it's impossible. It's impossible for Minecraft to store everything, is it? Or does it just do that? We could just check. Minecraft save game size. Okay. Typically ranging from 50 megabytes to over 10 gigabytes. So it does save the whole world. Wow. I mean, that's one way to get around this problem. I mean, a safe game in my game would be would actually just be the world data. And that's 61 megabytes. And could I... I'm getting distracted here right now. But it's just, let me just check the size of the tile struct, which is responsible for the world size. There's nothing but tiles in there. And I could... Object options flag. That's another whole shot. Yeah, not really much to shrink there. Okay, so save game is 60 megabytes, and that would probably cover everything. Okay, I don't think this is a giant problem, because these are all just random integer functions which can be seeded, and I think that's enough. Okay, so the algorithm or system is just this. What I skipped now was the decision making, and I think this should be on another abstraction layer. Before placing algorithm makes decision about what to place. Required features required to appear at least once. No idea what that could be, but I think that could happen. Take into account what has already been placed. Features required or prohibited by already placed ones. Then I have features prohibited good or bad for region, current region, good or bad in vicinity of landmark, good or bad in weather, I think that's it. What I thought about. So where would this decision making be? I am here. In a path that places them completely random. So this would actually be a function or this would be answered inside. I don't have nettles anymore. Okay, that's bad. Need to abstract this function. Make it specific to the nettles. So let's do that. Static void nettles. Places nettles around P. Yeah. What is this? Okay. Patch. Okay. Same for the undead. Yeah. This should work the same. I've just move these into a function where I can, for each feature, test if they're suited for this position in the world. What's that? Okay. No, this is still hanging around. Whoops. Okay, it's still getting placed. Hello? Only sometimes. Do I have a... Oh, okay, yeah, I changed this. From... That makes sense. That's fine, okay. So before placing, I make the decision here. And the algorithm makes decisions about what to place. I mean, it's much more easy for the individual features to reject getting placed somewhere than to making a decision about which one is best. So I think I will just go with the easier solution. but required to appear at least once. I mean, that means just those required features get placed first. That's it. Required or prohibited by already placed ones. That takes care of itself. I can test that in the nettles. Let's say there are fire nettles and water nettles, and that can just be one in each run. Then in this, so let's say this is the fire nettles functions. I just test the path for water nettles. If there's a water nettle, I don't place it. That's it. Good or bad for the current region. Nettles can just reject being on water. Good or bad in vicinity, same thing, but I would have to have a list of these at their position, which I don't have right now. Then I could go through this list, check the distance to each, and then decide. Good or bad in weather, same thing. So let me how do I make this clear that the required features need to be added before this? I just named this function, put random. That should work. Where am I? Here. For each feature marker in each patch. Okay, I have to delete these. When I'm done with them. Because they can now get rejected. If nettles rejects being placed here, then there will just be nothing there. So I will need a function that I ask for a random feature and that goes through all of them in a randomized fashion and picks the first one that's not rejected. Yeah. And I mean, then I don't have to decrement this. And that's because this is named fill, because it exhausts all the patches. I mean all the feature markers. Alright, I will take a short break. Be right back. Hey Andre, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm in the middle of placing the I call it prefabs because I can't think of a better name. The features, the encounters that require some objects to be placed in the world. I'm making a system where something like this with a bunch of objects on it I'll make these outside the world and then place them in as I need them. So imagine an NPC and some boxes, and the NPC is a shepherd that can talk to you, and I want to place them anywhere where these yellow markers are. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And how are you? You're doing fine? All the markers were hand placed. These, yes. I just have them on the first region, so not down here or over here. Just a couple of them, and that's really fast to place them down. So this is the code. These are my comments, and I should just make a ZZZ, decide if can placed here or not. And ZZZ is just a convention for there's something missing here. Fine, I decided to follow handmade using C instead of C++, so I'll hit a few walls when in case use C++ abstractions, and I'll have to understand and implement them. I don't think he uses many C++ abstractions though. Yeah, the only thing that I remember is vector, what do you call it? Vector operators on structs, and what are the others called? The functions of the same name, but they take different arguments. That's also what I think that he uses. But I think that's everything. So those are easily done in C. I mean, you'll have to it's a bit more to type in C, but that's it. So yeah, cool. Yeah, that's fun that you're trying pure C. I mean, the biggest difference is that C++ takes much longer to compile. I haven't done episode 2 yet, but I'm motivated. Yeah, that's great. That's great. How long are the episodes? I don't remember. Are they Are they YouTube sized or are they longer? So an hour or so, or are they longer? Place is perhaps this. They usually put 1 hour plus. Okay. Yeah, that's manageable. But of course, yeah, you'll have to stop it. Stop many times to look at the code and copy it. So that takes its time. So I call this random Perl. No, I don't need. I do need that. What did I say just 10 minutes ago? That I shuffled them. Do I store the function pointers? But I think I'll do just fine with Vim. Vim : !sh. Oh, okay. In the first one, I spent a few moments configuring his Emacs to build on some bind. But I think I'll do just fine with Vim. I mean, that's another challenge. You should take them one by one, I think. Didn't know that he also showed his Emacs config. That's fun. So should I store these in function pointers? Can I avoid this? I think yes, yeah, I can. Of course I can. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Where do I place this? Just move this over here for now. And I want put feature. Static void, put feature. Did I call it that? Yeah. Feature that's part of this, and object ID. Puts feature places feature OI in P add in patch pi so I want, when I choose a random feature, I want to discard those that don't fit. So I have 2 features right now, grand total. They can return 0 when they are not placed, because they don't want to be placed. So if they return 0, I want to try again. So this is just another while loop with a try. And I can do it like this. This should also return integer. Turn 0. I want to place just 1. And try equals 0, and r equals 0, r equals. Something like that. So I'll try 100 times, and if the random feature I've chosen was placed, it sets r to 1, and if r is 1, I'll return 1. And this, if actually this should be tried, not this one. Yeah. While try is less than 100, and let's make it more readable, just for my future self. If this equals 1, break. That's enough. And this try should be set to 0 each time here. So I break out the wildcard, choose one of the feature types, and then I try to find one that fits. Or do I want to break here? Oh yeah, I want to break out of this. Always have to be careful about those. So I do need the R. No, I don't need the R. I'll just return the result. Okay, don't need those comments either. Let's make it like this. Other way around. This should work. What is I? I is missing here. That's the PI. Wow. No typos. No complaints from the compiler. That's actually, when that happens, it's usually sus, but it works. Okay, there was one zombie, and there are some nettles. Okay, so why are there still times when nothing is placed? Like this. These two yellow markers, nothing is placed. Wait, now they're... Oh, yeah, I'm stupid. That's because I've broken this out. Let's do it like this. Turn 0. And what? That's strange. I mean, anything other... sure. It tries 100 times and it fails. That's... sure. That's just a problem with my approach here. This just doesn't work. It has to be t is equals to 611 because I only have parallels implemented. So now it still doesn't work every time. Well, almost every time. I think that's just a problem with the placement. Or I have the undead. Let me look at these. So code. Okay, there's no requirement that anything gets placed. I wonder if there should be. Maybe not. Okay. So back to the task at hand. take one feature that requires a prefab to be placed. Question: when Casey opens a Win32 window, would be equivalent for me to open an X11 one using Xlib, I think. Yes. I'm not sure what you mean with equivalent, but it's the same thing, yes, just for a different operating system. I mean, the APIs are different and what you have to do is different, but the result is opening a window. So I want something easy. Visioneer home. And I want something that I can place anywhere. Remains of hunters killed by bear. That sounds fun. Let's take that one. 38. 2 men attacked and killed by a charging bear they hunted, for it was stalking around their settlements. The bear standing on their bodies. In their pockets the contract for the job. That's actually perfect. But it's also a bit involved because I don't have a bear. But I can make one really easily. I think. Just not sure about the sprite, but I think that I can handle that. Okay, so let's make a checklist here. I need 2 men, and those need NPCs. They need the name is NPC objects. They need names. They need loot. They need to be dead. And I need the bear. And they need the contract letter. I found a resource called Handmade Penguin that does handmade on Linux, and it uses SDL because I wouldn't wish coding X11 on anyone. Is it that ugly? Actually, it's fine. I don't know what... I mean... Okay, so... I don't have some of the things implemented that I still need to do, like full screening and different resolutions, which could actually be a pain, but I haven't touched that. So what I would suggest, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty and not use SDL, is you either look at SDL source code, but that's pretty involved, but still easy to navigate, or you look at the GLFW source code, which is Something like SDL, but not that. But it's simpler and not that bloated. And then you go into source, and there you have. Oh God, make this bigger. X11. Yeah, these are 4 X11 files, and that's actually all you need. So, and I think I looked at this for guidance. Let me just find the. Okay, it's a lot of code. So you have to figure out what you want and what you don't need. So a release cursor, if you're doing an FPS, then mouse cursor stuff is important, but not for my game. Here, create native window. So that's pretty much what I have. Save context. This is no idea what this is. Something about window maximized. No idea. But yeah, I mean, this is a whole lot of code, most of which you don't need, but this is actually a good resource. Handle selection requests. I mean, this has stuff like dragging code with your mouse and such, which you also don't need if you're making a game. So can just ignore that. Acquire monitor. I don't have that, which maybe is a problem for me later on. And then you have the event processing, which is important, but this is also a lot of stuff that you don't need in here. Oh God. Create window X11. I think it just looks super much to do, but again, my code is really X11. Oops. I mean, what is? Oh, this is old. Yeah, it's this. Condensed down, and this is even obsolete. So this is the window opening code, and there is xi.c. This is the keyboard code. So that's all you need for the game to work, and that code is in here somewhere. For example, I mean, you can see set window title. Maybe you'll need that, but maybe not. So glfw is pretty good for looking at stuff, and SDL too, but SDL is much more involved. Doesn't seem that bad. People just like to complain. I mean, yeah. I'm sure it gets pretty bad at times. If you're trying to do non-standard stuff, then I can imagine it being pretty hard, but not really. If you keep it simple, then it is simple. So I want the bear object behavior loot. And And then I want scene prefab. Let's make it 3 by 3 maybe. Maybe that's enough. I think so. So this would be binder. Return. How do I name these? I could just use the numbers. 38. Oh, I'm not allowed to use a number first. I think that's actually the thing to do. So what were the nettles? I think it was 36. Come on. Yes. Feature 36. Undead. Well, that's just undead. There's no feature behind that. Feature 36. And this is random 0 of 0. That might blow up. Actually, let's check if that blows up. Who knows? Let's just make it 0. Feature 38. Places bear and dead hunters. So here we are. This is where the prefab gets copied, but there is no prefab, and so there's nothing to copy. So I should make the prefab, but let's say I had the prefab. Where would it be? How do I get the prefab? Fab. I want to copy the prefab. And I need to give it a size. And I need to give it a position. Where do I get this position and this size from? Oh, I can just hard code it. That's stupidly simple. I can just hard code it here. That would be, let's say, 50, 30 or so, 50, 40 or so. That looks weird. So we have prefab position. Let's name it PF. That's better. And we have, don't need this PI. Why does put object limit to patch? Do I need this? I do need, I think so. PFL, PI, and S. Copies fab at PF to P in layer L. Copies fab of size S at PF to P in layer L in patch PI. Okay. And this just does something like this. We will go with, oh, this needs to be, I need to do a conversion here. This is minus 2.5, minus half size, plus half size. Let's just do it like this. So this is without reference frame, and then we'll need tiles. Oh, we need the tiles. Do I have them? Oh, I can do. Pretty sure this is less than or equal. Well, I'm not pretty sure, it's intuition. And then we get the tiles. Oh, I have the tiles here. What am I doing? Okay. So this is marker, and this is prefab. Which means I have L times world width times world height plus Y plus pf.y times world width plus x plus pf.x. Does that make sense? I mean, the layer is, that's clear. But I have a relative x and y, so I can just add this to the prefab position. Okay, that's of course wrong. Prefab position is on the other side. And then I have the same here. World width times world height plus y plus pf.y times world width plus x plus pf.x. Now, this does not account for the tile height, which I need to set. Okay, then I can just... Okay, then I can just pull them out. Struct tile. We'll name this TF. If T equals tile at, this is the marker y plus p dot y. X first, please. X plus p dot x. L. If that's null, we don't place anything there. And the same for this one, except it is a prefab tile. If the prefab tile doesn't exist, that's also there's also nothing to do. Okay, now I have these two tiles. I don't need this. T is equal to TF, which is bad because I want to preserve the height. Height is equals to tile height at the marker, and I want this to stay that way. Well, actually I can just copy all the relevant stuff. Don't need to make this more complicated. I mean, let's just flag it's the flag, it's the tile object. Yeah, that's it. Oh, come on. Okay. Diopich. And this should actually do it. I mean, s divided by 2 is, yeah, it's 1.5, gets rounded down, is 1. So that works for 3 by 3. And then I paste all this except for this, actually. Don't want this. And I don't want this. And I don't want this. Do I just want the object? I think I do. Am I serious? Okay, let's revert this. I really just want the object. That's it. Unused, unused, unused. I should do this check, yes. And I also should check if it's null. Oh man. Stupid back and forth, but yeah. Sometimes it works out this way. So I should do this check, which is checking at the marker location. X plus p dot x. And then t y is equal to tf or I. Okay. Maybe this time. Where's the other pi problem? 261. Unused? What are you talking about? Low. That's what I don't like about GCC. I mean, Clang is also bad at this. But one missing brace, curly brace, and it completely freaks out. few arguments. And that's enough for it to spew strange stuff. Or misleading stuff. Statement, no return. That's correct actually. Copy. I mean, I'm not sure why this should, or how this could fail. V2. Okay. Maybe this is not a good idea. FT38. Let's call it bear. Because I'm already confused. And this is nettle. Okay. So feature bear. I have placed this somewhere randomly. Now I have these. I now have to decide where I put these encounters. I have all these test rooms. Which are, I mean, they're not obsolete. But they're also not super useful. So I could just nuke them. But I think instead I'll rather move them somewhere else for the moment. Hello? Oh, I'm stupid. Look at you, please lift. Is that too... Those too many? Seems like it. And they're gone. Do I have a teleport? Yes. Okay. Or where else could I place the encounters? I mean, I have this large border around the actual world, which fits, I believe, another sized world as it currently is. So I don't really want to put the encounters here, because this gets expanded when I add to the world, but I mean that's really far off, but these encounters are persistent. So I intend to have them basically forever. And that brings another question as I look at them here. How do I order them? Maybe just one per chunk, per block here. I have no idea. Maybe I start with them here. I'm confused. Let's take this and move it somewhere else. Maybe here. I mean, that's fine. Let's move that one up. Okay. Let's hope I haven't completely removed the world. But this is also not. It's actually still quite nice, this mini map here, or this in-game map. Might actually have to use that. Okay, world is still here. So let's go to the beginning. Make it 3 by 3, maybe. I think that's too little. And then, well, I guess that's it. These plants should probably also not be there. Okay, so we are at 3-3 in the world. 3-3. And we have 5. Okay, so we need the scene. Let's move that down here. 2 men, the objects. That's in object.c. And we need an NPC. We could just reuse these. Let's not do that. Just because it might crash the game. 15 and 16. Okay, these are normal brown. Let's give this one gray 0. This is, let's get something to see. Faction. Okay. I didn't have factions on my radar. There apparently are factions. Faction type, okay. Explorers, oh my god, these are super outdated. This is another side quest, I know, but this is really fast. Settlers, bandits, clerics, colleges. Are they explorers, scientists? Okay, they are faction number 2 now. Just so they have some health. They are dead. How do I make them dead? So this is Hunter. Let's name this old. This one. That's enough. How do I kill them off screen? Maybe they survive. Let's give them 1 HP. Let's have them fight the bear. Okay. Don't have a bear, no. The eye size. What else is there? Critical loot table. That's right, I need to Wrong one. Add a loot table for them. But but first I need to understand what this is that I did. Oh, these are loot groups. These are loot groups. Oh wow, this could get more involved than I thought. How do I give this one hunter this one weapon? Sorry, not the weapon, but the letter. They need to have this letter. Surely I've thought about that somewhere. Fill table with loot candidates of an amount proportional to LOG. Okay, I have to change that. Sometime in the future. Pick from... That's all. Okay, these are the sets. Okay, that's what I did. This is really just randomized loot. I mean, it makes sense. Totally makes sense. But I want to add a non-random item. So maybe I do it in the here. Oh, that's also, that raises another question. Do I initialize the entities after I place this? Okay. Sorry. The question is, if I bring these hunters into the world by copying them over, are they even initialized? But they are, because the entity creation runs after this algorithm. So then I have no, I can't influence the entity here because it doesn't exist. Then let's look at the what happened here. Let's look at the I have a huge switch statement here somewhere. I thought I had. Hello? No. No. It's in the monsters.c. So here I have a special initialization. So I could just say, and I think that's what I intended. I say 6:15, I believe. 6:15. I named this hunter, old hunter, and then this contract hunter. Oh, I do have to. Let's just make them B1. Contract hunter. And give them their 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this is basically 1, 2. Basically the same as a gunning robber. But what I can do is give them the item here. And the item is letter. Six 16. Hunting contract. Something like this. What is this? Is this value? Oh, it's a reference. Okay. So we have this. Now I need the inventory stuff. A use item at. No, that's not what I want. Inventory. Okay. Scroll. Add. I want to add. Insert. Give me an insert function. Equip. Remove item. Put item. Put item. This is e.inventory in the item. Where do I get the item from? Here. And this is 616, and I want 1, and I want this to be put in their pockets. So I have the objective, I have the names, kind of. Maybe I should give them names. Well, they're dead, so they don't have names. Oh, actually, I can't kill them here. Health damage is equal to OSEOI health points, and that TP dead equals 1. That should do it. Okay, got their names, got their loot. They still have the general maybe I should actually make them a different loot table just to make this actually good. So how do I do this? I want a second one. And I want common dagger, a common axe, and I want a bow, what do I want? A potion, arrow, a food, and ingredients. What's on work? I think that's it. Spear maybe. So this is Hunter. And they have loot table 2. Okay, so they have the loot, they have the letter, they are dead. Now the bear. Don't have a bear, no. Also didn't make it. So it's 117. 617. And that's definitely brown. Faction. It's predator, which is 8. Health points really high. Attack rating really high. Loot table, which is anything here. Obstacle. Yeah. Bear. That's enough for now. I do need a sprite. So let's I think something like this. Not sure. I actually think this is okay. I mean, it looks like a headless guy, but for now, okay, that's index 334. Okay, let's go to our patch, which is completely wrong height. Okay, this is better. And we can add our 2 hunters. We can add the bear. Can add a few bushes. Can add an item maybe. Oh, I did think about removing the inventories. So that monsters only drop 1 item. Pan. Pan looks good. Maybe it was their camp, and their food attracted the bear or something. Don't I have blood or something? No blood. Let's put a potato. The strawberry, why not? I mean, I can. Well, no, I can't. It gets replaced. Okay, this is misleading. So, oh, damn. What have I now replaced? I was almost done. Fiddle. That's okay. So I have the bear. I don't have the behavior, but that's easy. Just go into monster. Let's see. At this, I think it was 17, and I add the undead. Which is slow and just it doesn't wander, so I mean it retreats, that's good. Range, let's increase. Bear is slow. Let's just double check. Yes, that was 617. Loot is, I think, the default. Yes, okay. And I have the scene. Okay, so that's everything. 2 men attacked and killed by a charging bear. They hunted. What was stalking around the settlements. The bear standing on their bodies. In their pockets, the contract for the job. So it should now in run should now feature bear. Okay, it doesn't, of course, because this was still in place. But feature. Why do I even have this distinction? Oh, I know why. Okay. So it should place it sometime. Oh, this looks like it tried to place it but crashed. That's good. Does it return a 1? Yes. Do I increment something stupidly here? Okay, let's just throw an assert into here. Okay. Still running. Did it place the bear? Well, can it? It should be able to. Let's just print it if it does. Give me a bear. No bear, no bear. What is going on? if it's a wildcard, which is all there is, then assign these numbers to, which is peril and amplifier and stuff, and if it's switch 0, if it's any of these, then switch on 0 and do the bear, which should be most of the time actually. That doesn't make sense. Let's put this here. Hello. What? Is it only 611? What am I doing? 3 should be in the results, and it is, because 611 triggers. Does it not like switch 0? Serious? Oh, great. It's just stupidity. It's just unfortunate comment placement. Okay, back to crashing. Oh, no crashing. But they are still alive. Oh. Not anymore. Uh-oh. Okay, these bears don't mess around. They don't attack the zombie. Okay, they're everywhere. Are they underground? Don't have markers on the ground. Okay, this is fun. So yeah, it works. Success. Let me check that in. Add add feature prefabs and the ping onto markers and the core loot monsters objects rendering run and struct. Okay. Okay, that's... Take one feature. Create an algorithm that places prefab in the path. Storage. No storage. Black floor, neutral texture. I mean, that's... Yes. Yes, prefabs spanning multiple layers. I'll leave that open for now. Limiting to regions. I mean, that comes with the... when it's required, but that's possible. Prefabs take precedence. Yes, have that. Limiting... Okay, that's another thing that can be done in the future when it's needed. Large scenery. That cannot be... Oh, that's just not super important. Thing to remember for me is that prefabs that would be so large that they don't fit on a single patch should be implemented in the world directly and not in a randomized fashion, and then be available as regions to be queried by the features and encounters of whether they want to be placed there. Yeah. Seeded random. Let's just add here the Minecraft save game size can grow beyond 10 gigabytes. Okay. Collapse stairs into one tiles between chunks of half height. Okay, that's just some optimization. That's not important. Let's look at what else I have. Of course, I have more underground dungeon splitting, but I'll do that tomorrow while watching YouTube or something. Make all important sites be defined outside the world. Okay, that's exactly what we did. Solve the revisiting sites problem. I think that's half solved. So that's fine. How to give the player more control over the path. Okay, yeah, so forking paths. The thing is, to really, I mean, the game works as is with the path it has now, at least with some more heuristics. The paths are usable. In order to make them better, I have to have the underground in its semi-final form. And I do have these splits I made, and I have 3/4 of the world now. And I need them so that the path can snake its way through the underground and continue somewhere else on the overworld. There will be more constructions outside the spawn village. You mean this village? This is not even the spawn village. It's just a place where I happen to have my editor marker. So the game starts up here, but this is just a village. It has no meaning right now. So there are other places like this one. There are also bigger villages. Let me just find one like this. This is a larger village. So yeah, there are other buildings in the game. I'll make myself a coffee real quick. Be right back. Hey Toby, what's up? I'll be right back. 1 second. Did you ever play the original Rogue? A bit, not really much. I think I did for a week or so. Are you a roguelike fan? Give the player more control, okay. Bridge object. I mean, I could work on the prefabs spanning multiple layers. I should maybe add that, or at least look if it's easy to implement. I like the design of the roguelikes, but I personally don't play them much. Yeah, I mean, it's the old roguelikes, they are pretty cumbersome to play, and yeah, pretty arcane with their keyboard layout. But the design, I especially like the idea that you'll have to imagine what happens, because the visuals are just so limited. So I will try with this game to lean into that a bit. But that's also really hard. So you don't want graphics that turn people away. But yeah, I mean, as a solo developer, you are really limited in what you can do. It's just a time equation. Never mind that you need insane skills in all these. I mean, if you look at modern games, the skill sets you would have to have in a one guy team, that's really insane. I tried, but that's some time ago. I tried making animations in what is it, Blender, and that was just banging my head against the wall for 2 weeks straight. I like how extensive the content can be because of how much easier it is to implement new mechanics if you aren't doing complex graphics. Yeah, that's what drew me to this art style too, because it's super simple to just add new content. And also it's also not just that you can add much more content, but you can take your time with the content much more and refine it more. So that's pretty cool. Okay, let's look at this second layer. That was bare. Copy fab. I could just always copy both layers. Because if there's nothing there, I could always copy all layers. No, that's bad. could check the layer that is so this L, this layer is where the marker is. So if the marker wants to spawn something in layer 1, the prefab also has to be on layer 1, which is wrong. Because the prefabs are always on layer 2. So this has to be 2. And this is correct. But I would also want to copy layer 1 of the prefab if it exists. Maybe I'll just do a second loop through it. I mean, I would need something to test this with. I mean, I can test if it still works. Yeah. Let's put some markers in the underground. I think it was 5 by 5. Does that even place a space? Yeah, here. Okay, that works. The bear is chasing me. No exit. Wait, why is there no exit? Why am I blind? Oh, it's the stairs. And more bears. More bears. Okay, I mean this works. And there was one feature. Was it a fisher? The fisher hut. Someone in a hut. Old settler. This guy could have a hut. Templar. Maybe just take the old settler. But he has dialogue, that's bit more involved. I mean, the fisher should also be talking. I could just... yeah, I mean, I could just fake it. Just for the sake of testing this. So if the prefab has 2 layers, I want this functions to copy the second one as well. So this could actually land on the deepest layer. Let's just make this extremely simple. If the layer is 2, if it's not 2, then that's it. There's no return here, okay. So let's make it explicit. If the layer is 2, I want this to run again, but with L with 1 and 1. And this is also 1. Let's see if this crashes. Nope. And let's make this a hut. I mean, this should actually be enough. Of course, there's no entrance. And a roof. That's bad. Just a roof. So this would... sorry. Look like this. Yes. Exit, and let's make this earth. This, oh, okay, it will not copy these because they are outside. It will only copy this. Which is not ideal. And also not this, yeah. this should work. Hello. Does not like that. Oh, that's right. It doesn't copy the tiles. Oh. Only copies the objects. Maybe this is an anti-pattern, if there is such a thing. In this game, maybe I should not copy structures and only the people inside the structures. I think that I'm not sure if that assumption, if that limits what I can do too much, but I mean, it's problematic fitting these into the world. Anyways, they can be much more diverse and fun if they are placed permanently, and I can still change the interior. I think but does that limit me too much? I don't think so, actually. But I guess the right question to answer is, are there buildings that absolutely need to be on the path of the player? That if push comes to shove, that I have to place manually after game start. Don't think so. Maybe at the end. I think I should have this functionality. I mean, the only thing that hinders me implementing it is the theme. If I define the hut to be placed on earth or soil, and I move that prefab onto grass, then it'll stand out. And I would have to do some height calculations, but that's easy. Let's just see what happens. So I want the height. Actually, that's apart from this second layer. That's a whole nother problem. I want the tile and the color. I want the height. And what else do I want? I think that's it. Oh, but I want this. So this is at 62. This might be anywhere. So I want this height to be this minus 62. Wrong. This plus this. And there it is. So this worked. But there is no interior. I can get that too. Or not. Doesn't wanna let me inside. I mean, the grass outside the hut is bad, but it's also not a deal breaker. Can always I could place a special tile on the prefab that says keep the tile and color of keep the original tile sprite and color. But yeah, the interiors are not here. If L equals 2, which it does, then look one layer below. This will actually almost always be null. Because the interior layer is pretty empty. So let's look at place tiles, set tile. Is this in here somewhere? Here it is. If it's not null, no, that's not the right function. Okay, it is in tile. Let's see. Set tile. turns on the tile at world position. It returns it. It returns null if it's... Okay, that's weird. But... I mean, it makes sense, I guess. So if the tile is null, then we create it. X plus p dot x. Y plus p dot y. And 1. Oops. And if that fails, then we bail. So, and if the... Well, we should actually only create this after checking if the prefab actually wants something there. So this is the same thing turned around. Then we check. That's stupid, that's always false. So that's better. It checks the boundaries of the patch, but the patch doesn't exist anywhere else but on this layer. So we have the tile of the first layer and we replace it. And it kind of worked. That's because it took on the constraints of the layer above. This is actually not placed by the algorithm. Okay, this works. Oh, this is bad. Maybe let's not look at the constraint. Oh, still constrained. What? Where is this coming from? I mean, this is fine. This is completely dead. This is also fine. No access here. So this actually not only pretty weird to create in these small boundaries as a prefab, but placement is also super tricky and unpredictable. But I mean, it works. I'm not sure if I like this. But I do like the idea of buildings appearing and disappearing. But then again, there's this hurts the recognizing of familiar places. If you've played the game a whole bunch, I mean, hurt is a bit hard. But I mean, it's not bad. It's just a pain. So let's I mean, I can leave it in. I should leave this in. But maybe not the underground. Yeah, because I mean, it's this. If I make features that require an interior, that makes them work only on the overworld, so that scraps half of the game of this one feature. That's how I'll justify not implementing this to myself. Don't make prefabs have interiors because those only work on layer 2. The other reasons, and they are hard to place correctly with their exits, and what else did I say? And structures should remain in the static world for maximum detail and environmental storytelling. Prefabs can still be used to randomize the interiors. I think that's a good rule for now. Prefabs. Okay. Prefab spanning multiple layers. Okay, I can check that off. Then I have collapse stairs into one tile between chunks of half height. That was an idea I had because apparently don't have enough to do already. Come on. Of collapsing these stairs that are always two parts into one that would look something like something like this. But that's just, I mean, these have, making them two pieces has the advantage that they work as my detection is right now. They just work with patches that are on the that have the same elevation. So across this one, for example, this just works. Would this be in the middle? This would break the game, like this. But I mean, this is also pretty. They are both, I mean, this is prettier. One advantage is that, as you can see, the light ray super clearly shows me where the exit is. So that's nice. And I mean, it's not that I have to go through the world and remove these by hand and place this stuff. I would just write a quick iterator that finds these and collapses them. So that'll be maybe half an hour, 20 minutes of work. But then I'll have to adjust the patch finding algorithm, which relies on the fact that these exits are on the same elevation as all the other tiles. So I would have to, man, this is pretty involved. I would have to check half a height above, which is 1 in reality, because all these steps are of 2 height, 2 units, and so I would have to check the half heights, which also would I mean, currently the algorithm creates two parts, EXA and EXB. So that would have to change. But it might make the code cleaner. It would make the world visually more clean. And if it takes half an hour, maybe I should just do it. Because, yeah, I mean, I have plenty of time, but this is one of the last things on my list of smaller things. The alternative would be to start splitting the underground, which I'm not fond of. So maybe I'll just try that. First let me go up here and remove the test stuff. Okay. So this should... I need a teleport somewhere reasonable. Yeah. Maybe it's easy. Tele. These are all stupid. 0, 1. No teleport. Village. What? Zero. No, this is 2 and 2. No idea. There it is. This is... Oh god. Oh, come on. So, okay. If it's greater than 0, -1, else -1, -2. If it's 0, then +2. So that's 1. If it's less than 1, -1. Does that work? Yes. Okay. This is a long-standing gripe. Removed. Okay, let's check the tile.c. And here I want to go into the read tiles function. where I put all my throwaway stuff. Recolor water tiles. Okay, maybe I want to keep that. Certainly not this. Okay. Let's take another look. So if I find one of these, I want to look south, east, northwest. Actually, I want to look at where the gap is, and I have that code somewhere. I've used that code in the run thing, I believe. If I have them both, I take the average of their height, which gives me the new position, and then I remove them both, place the color of the bottom. Okay, I'll have to write that down. And find a position between both exits and that of the exits. Average their height and place tile between them using lower exit props. Remove exit objects and place new one between them. Is that it? I think that's it. And I have the find patches function. Let's find exp. There it is. Okay, so what I want is if OI is equal to 6 or 7. If it's not equal to that, continue. I want 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This position, it's find the let's name it TO for tile opposite. Oh. And also make a backup copy. Oh, okay. Tile add X. Oh, I need to go through all layers. Yeah. Is portal... Oh, I don't have this function here. What do I need? I only need 607. Oh, come on. Okay. If there's a tile and it's a ladder, so I mean, if I have this, then I also have the center. Let's break it out. Find TO. Find ladder. Okay, just copy all of this. If T or find ladder. Now that's actually not working. If I have the other side, then I want to set a tile at x+1. To set this. -1, +1, -1. So I have the center as well. And then I make this. This should work. I mean, this should... Yeah, I can just make this and that's it. And then oh, come on. Oops. And then if TC equals null, break, no, not break, but continue. And then set the center tile to the opposite. No, I want the if T height is greater than TO height, let's make it T height is greater than TO height. So if yes, this is correct, I guess. And then set TC's height. Then remove the ladder objects. And add them to the center. Declaration of Shadows Global Declaration. Let's call it TM. And declared L. Yes, I need all layers. And that means, yeah, this is all, oh, just as I finish speaking, this needs to be L. Type mishmash, oh yeah, sure. And let's see. It works on the x-axis, but not on y. Why doesn't it work on y? South, north, y plus 2, y plus 1. Why? That's weird. Plus 2 plus 1 minus 2 minus 1 plus 2 plus 1 minus 1 minus 2 minus 1. What is going on? Is it an if-else problem? Or is this a problem? Oh, I go over them twice. If t height is if it's on an odd number of height, then skip it. Well, still doesn't work for the y-axis. That's weird. But it works for x. Oh, this is stupid. If it's not null, then it's also safe to dereference here. So why does it crash? It crashes here. TO is 0. That makes sense. TO is null or TM is null. Oh, come on, GDB, just do what I say. This is weird. But otherwise, what is it doing there? I think, yeah, I mean, it looks much cleaner. Of course, I can't start the game right now because the path algorithm craps itself. Why is this happening? 786, 4 should clearly be. Oh, I can just. No, I can't. So the average. So I can't subtract them from each other. Oh, that's just stupid. Or is it? get the difference. I get the divided difference, and then I can add that to the lower one, which is min I t h t o h. Is that better? No, exactly the same. Maybe there's just a bug or something. Oh, these are... No, that's not a bug. This looks like problem I had before. Yeah, this is not normal. +80 plus 80 divided by 2 is hopefully 80. So what is it doing? Does it assign something here? No. But this really looks like a double hit. But it should be caught by this here. Oh, it's not always caught. It's not caught. Oh, Jesus. It's not caught on the same height patch connections. So this is actually void. So I do pass over them again. And then I mean, it should not find anything to do and just skip it. I don't get it. Don't get it. If it's not continue, oh, I get it. TO equals null and TM equals null. And it works. Okay, that was not as bad as it could have been. Now can I can't use the half height for the patch collection because there are even numbered heights on some of them. This should then maybe be a double-sided one. So I should leave those in place. Oh, no, they are just small bridges. Or should I throw them away? Let's look here. That's also much better. I mean, there's no jumping anymore, which is sad. I mean, it looks much cleaner. It's more of a hassle. Or is it less of a hassle to place? I think it's actually more of a hassle. Because I have to place the tile underneath and then the ladder object on top. So I don't see a huge benefit. What's happening here? Okay, that's just something weird. Okay, the only real benefit is the more visible path because of the illumination ray. I'm not sure. Look at the find path. Oh, this is the wrong file. It's run. Let's see. Find path here. Deflect path of world patches. I wanted to do that, yes. To put that in the to-dos. Reflect. Oh, I would never be able to read that. Reflect world path of world boundaries. Okay. So this EXP and EXA will go away and they are formed. Let's look down here. Find patches. find all patches and their exits. So this is the flood fill function. Save the portals. So I flood fill the patch. Let's look at this simultaneously. Let's say, what is this doing here? Let's say I flood this one. If I find a tile that is a portal, I mark position, layer, object, and the current patch. I cannot save the patch where it leads to, because that doesn't exist yet. Which I also don't do in this version, because I call find exp, find the opposite side of the exit, and that is done like this, which would be simplified into just looking up. I mean, these stairs stay the same, but the ladder would just be a simple lookup. I look in these directions in the flood map, and the one that's not what I'm standing on is the opposite side. Oh. And then, well, I mean, that should work. So this patch has 3 exits, and this patch has a number of exits. They share this one with just the exit pointers swapped. Oh, this is actually something I should do with a clear mind, or else I'll spend 2 weeks cleaning up the mess I made. So let's look at this function here. If I turn it off, it should hopefully return to normal. Yeah, okay. Nope. Hello, give me an exit, please. Okay, there's one. Yeah, so there's no light shining to the other side. Oh. In NVI, there's no way to select multiple lines visually. No. You can select multiple lines, but not. You can't mark them visually. And that's a bit sad if you want to show, especially for me now, if I want to show, if I want to highlight some text that's a bit more complex. But I mean, wiggling with the cursor is hopefully enough. But yeah, that's a Vim feature. Okay, so it was just lying around here. What's that? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think I'll go offline and for today and watch some YouTube videos and chop these last couple of dungeons up. So I have been working on these today, and they should be, maybe I can finish them tonight. Don't think so, actually, but yeah, then when these are done, the path algorithm can fully do its thing, and I will think about the relationship between over and underworld in respect to the player agency, so, and the choices the player can make. So that will be fun. I really want to add these reflecting of the path vector, so that the path the player takes through the world is bent when it nears a world border, so it doesn't crumble up and die as it does right now. Not always, but often. And then, yes, as I said, the over and underground, maybe making the stairs that lead underground and from the underground to the surface, make them points of no return, and not where the path leads, but just being a side path that you can take. So imagine the game path running its course completely on the surface, but then you have the option to jump to the underground at several places along the path, and then you will continue the path underground until somewhere the algorithm gives you the chance to return to the surface. Maybe like that. Yeah. Not quite sure. But actually that is maybe a bit premature. I mean, I have the prefabs now, which is amazing. That was 4 hours of work or something. So I can full on continue with the features, which is actually it is and always has been the thing to do, just to get a better feeling for the game, and then build all the other features around them. So all the other systems, I mean, like this, like the path system. So yeah, I think the next steps are all features, and features. Small little features that enrich the game. Yeah, but that's it for today. I probably won't be on tomorrow, just so that I have a day off, and I mean recoup is the wrong word, but work more in without speaking all my thoughts out loud, which is which makes things a bit slower, I believe, but also more clear, so that's fine. Thanks for the live. Good luck on the research. Thanks. And you too, Andre. Have fun with the have fun with the handmade hero videos. And yeah, I think I'll be back on Monday, and yeah, that's about it. Monday with more features. Today's Saturday, I believe. Well, not anymore, but almost. All right, Andre. Thank you very much for tuning in, and see you then. Okay, bye.